Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Daily driver and workhorse big rig. Come on down to the staging lanes. We are going to put daily driver in lanes 1 and 2. Workhorse big rig lanes 3 and 4. So that's daily driver. Come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Workhorse big rig in lanes 3 and 4. And we're going to go ahead and put big wheel shootout and triple index on standby. So triple index, big wheel shootout, you guys are on standby. So although we're putting triple index and big wheel shootout on standby, everybody should be kind of generally ready to come out and race, as there is not a massive field today. So we're going to run through today's racing rotation quite quickly. But for now, we're going to get daily driver in lanes 1 and 2 and workhorse big rig. Daily driver in lanes 1 and 2, workhorse big rig in lanes 3 and 4. And standby big wheel shootout and triple index. But everybody else who's going to be racing today, you guys should kind of be on standby also. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Workhorse, Big Rig, you have had your call to lanes 3 and 4. Please come on down to lanes 3 and 4. Big Wheel Shootout, come on down to the staging lanes. So Big Wheel Shootout, we're going to put you guys in lanes 1 and 2. Triple Index will be in lanes 3 and 4. Workhorse and Motorhome, you guys are on standby. So again, Workhorse, Big Rig, come on down to lanes 3 and 4 if you're not already down here. Big Wheel Shootout, come on down to lane 1 and 2. And then we're going to put Triple Index in lanes 3 and 4 also. Well, guys, it begins. We have the first pair behind the burnout box right now. Safety is just double checking the top end of the track. We got a Dodge v Ford. Well, the silver Ford got off the line nice and clean. The Dodge timed out, so he had only staged, not pre-staged, and he was pre-staged, not staged. And it was a little bit too long, so he timed out and red lit. Another call for Big Wheel Shootout and Triple Index. So Big Wheel Shootout, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Triple Index, we're putting you guys in lanes 3 and 4. And again, we're going to be cycling through this rotation pretty quickly. So if you're racing at all today, be ready to turn your key at any given moment. Black Dodge across the finish line with an 1175 at 116 miles an hour. We got a black Ford F-150 pulling up to the staging beams right now. And we are currently working on getting some driver information in this system. And then I'll have a bit more to tell you guys about these racers. And the dually stops the timer, 1489 at 92 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention pits. Another call going out for triple index. So triple index, we are going to put you guys in lanes 3 and 4. That's triple index, lanes 3 and 4. Workhorse and motorhome, you guys are on standby. And again, everybody should kind of be on standby and ready to go because we're going to cycle through this rotation pretty quick. Now, here is something you don't see every day. So we have Trident Environmental Hydrovac Services, a absolutely massive truck, getting off the line with a 1.5 second reaction time. And it is absolutely blistering its way down the track right now. I was saying earlier, I think it would be pretty interesting. I'd be curious to see what this truck runs with a full tank versus an empty tank. And across the finish line with 29 seconds, 29:43 at 50 miles an hour. Almost got up to highway speeds on that pass. Couple more diesels pulling up now. We have a GMT 800 in the left lane. Right lane, a dirty white Dodge. Chevy with the cleaner reaction time got off the line a little quicker, but once that Dodge got into it, that thing was pulling pretty hard in the top end. Dodge putting down a 1487 at 99 miles an hour. Chevy in the tower lane with a 1550 at 95 miles an hour. So with that last race, the Chevy got off the line with a faster 60-foot, a faster 330-foot, but by the 8th mile, the Dodge found its legs. And at the 8th mile, the Dodge really got into it and took off. Well, up in the tower here, we've just got all the tech cards for all the racers today. And it's a pretty small stack. So I think it's a safe bet to say, everybody be on standby all the time. Here's something else you don't see every day, folks. A diesel-powered Chevy Nova blowing coal into the sky during a burnout. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We are making the call for Workhorse, lanes 1 and 2. We're putting Motorhome in lanes 5 and 6. That's Workhorse, come on down to staging lanes 1 and 2. Motorhome, lanes 5 and 6. Well, the Ford in that race got off the starting line a little bit quicker. The Nova, quite a bit of wheel spin. Big shuddering action going on off the starting line. Got all sorts of shook up, but the Nova, once it gained traction, it hooked. 8th mile ET 676 at 120 miles an hour. Now that is pretty quick. Ford truck in the Lordco lane ran a 786 at 94 miles an hour. So we got a pretty cool exhibition going on in the pits here. All sorts of stuff for the kids. All sorts of cool stuff for the adults as well. Just looking out into the pits at this semi-truck that's sitting at a 45-degree angle. Every now and then you see a semi-truck sitting on its side at an off-ramp. I never thought I would ever see a semi-truck sitting on its side in the pits here at Mission Raceway. Looks like an awesome place for kids to be out here having fun too. We have a bouncy castle, looks like a giant bouncy slide, an inflatable racetrack, face painting, dunk tank. An awesome time to be had by all. Looks like we got a pair of Ford trucks pulling onto the track right now, and both of these trucks have slicks on all 4 corners. And when you see that in the all-wheel drive or 4-wheel drive genre of drag racing, you know that these guys mean business. Solid pull from both drivers. White truck in the tower lane left a little bit quicker, putting down a 739 at 89 miles an hour. The white Ford in the right lane put down a 728 at 96 miles an hour. This is a cool looking tow rig. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Motorhome, this is your final call. Final call for Motorhome in lanes 5 and 6. And Sportsman Diesel, we're going to put you guys in lanes 1 and 2. And we're looking at Race Semi. Race Semi, you guys come on down to lanes 3 and 4. So once again, pits, that's Motorhome, your final call to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman Diesel to lanes 1 and 2. And Race Semi, come on down to lanes 3 and 4. Another big rig pulling down the drag strip right now. This is truck number 69. Crosses the 1320 foot mark, 2483 at 60 miles an hour. Going full tilt. So if you're wondering how long it takes a big truck like that to get up to highway speed, it turns out it's exactly a quarter of a mile. And here we have our first motorhome. Well, it looks like he's got a solid amount of traction. And this is the only class that you'll ever see racing here at Mission Raceway where you can have an advantage if you dump your gray and black water tanks before going down the drag strip. Weight reduction consists of pulling everything out of the fridge. And across the finish line with 21.63 at 60 miles an hour. Quite a bit of water came off the top of that C-Class, so I'm wondering if that's from the AC unit or something. Looks like that was our only motorhome. Hey, pits. Hey, attention in the pits. Sportsman Diesel, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Extreme or Race Semi, lanes 3 and 4. So that's Sportsman Diesel, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Race Semi in lanes 3 and 4. And then we're going to be going into Extreme Diesel and Daily Driver. So I mentioned earlier, everyone should sort of be ready. Everyone should sort of be on standby. But you guys are up next in the rotation. So we have Sportsman Diesel, lanes 1 and 2. Race Semi, lanes 3 and 4. Extreme Diesel, Daily Driver will be coming up next. Well, from here in the tower, I could see the diesel dens set up. Got some pretty sweet looking rigs sitting down there. So if you're looking to get more out of your diesel, stop by Diesel Den. The diesel performance experts from Maple Ridge. Whether you're after more power, better efficiency, or custom tuning, their team has over 50 years of combined diesel experience helping truck owners get the most out of their builds. Horsepower, torque, reliability, that's what Diesel Den is all about. Whether you're towing, racing, or just want your diesel running at peak performance, the experts at Diesel Den have the knowledge and technology to make it happen. Stop by and chat with the team today. You'll be glad you did. And check out what pulled onto the track now in the tower lane. This old Kenworth truck. Big old beast. I bet that truck's got some stories. Not too bad. Not too bad. 150 off the starting line. 241 60 foot, crossing the finish line at 1660 at 79 miles an hour. $16.60 at 79 miles an hour is pretty darn good for a semi-truck. You saw that truck was pretty well stripped down of any unnecessary extra weight. Couple Sportsman Diesel pulling up to the starting line right now. Truck number 615 and truck number 616. Silver truck in the left lane. Waiting on information for these cars, or these trucks, rather. Black Dually in the Lordco lane, getting off the line pretty decent. 051 reaction time, crossing the quarter mile at 1475, 92 miles an hour. Silver truck in the TCS lane puts down a 1673 at 91 miles an hour. GMC Denali now in the tower lane. Some small wheels and tires, small lightweight wheels and tires. Stops the timer 1497 at 89 miles an hour. And we just got the last of the Sportsman Diesel pulling up right now. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Extreme Diesel and Daily Driver. Come on down to the staging lanes. So we're looking for Daily Driver. We're going to put you guys in lanes number 1 and 2. Extreme Diesel will put you in lanes 5 and 6. Again, Daily Driver, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Extreme Diesel, lanes 5 and 6. And Workhorse Big Rig and Big Wheel Shootout, you guys are going to be coming up next. So Daily Driver lanes 1 and 2, Extreme Diesel lanes 5 and 6, Workhorse Big Rig and Big Wheel Shootout, you guys are coming up next. And that was Sophia Getz in the left lane, 2024 Ford F-150, put down a 2160 at 69 miles an hour. Just wanted to give a quick shout out to Nick Keats from Out West Installations. I hear Nick has his truck here at the show, and we here at the tower, along with Jake Demers, think that you should take it down the drag strip. Well, we've just seen a few classes run. Not very many trucks out here today. But the Big Wheel Shootout class is brought to you by Dirty Diesel Customs. The Big Wheel Shootout is proudly sponsored by Dirty Diesel Customs, based in West Kelowna, BC. Dirty Diesel Customs is one of Canada's leading names in diesel performance, offering quality parts, expert service, and a team that's passionate about everything diesel. Be sure to check them out online and thank them for supporting today's event. So, Dirty Diesel Custom. Today, they operate from a 13,000 square foot facility in West Kelowna with engineering, manufacturing, service, and a dedicated parts warehouse, all backed by a team that genuinely loves what they do. Their focus is simple: quality work, exceptional customer service, and helping fellow diesel enthusiasts keep their trucks performing at their best. We got Jim Brown now, 1994 Dodge Ram. Second gen Cummins powered Ram, and look at that thing laying a cloud all the way down to 8th. That truck completely just disappeared for the starting line crew. Jim Brown putting down an 8:57 at 74 miles an hour to the 8th mile. Well, here's some Extreme Diesel coming at you guys. Extreme Diesel class brought to you by Peakside Performance. Another Dodge Diesel with 4 slicks on it. Well, that truck absolutely boogied off the starting line. 136 60-foot time, puts down a 6:17 at 114 miles an hour. Definitely our fastest second-gen Dodge so far. Possibly, well, probably our fastest truck we've had run today. You can see the bars coming out the back of the cab, as well as the fully weight-reduced box on the back. Not much of a box anymore, really, just a couple box sides for looks. And that thing scoots. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Daily driver, this is your final call. Final call, daily driver, lanes 1 and 2. Final call, daily driver, lanes 1 and 2. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Workhorse Big Rig. This is your call to lanes 1 and 2. Workhorse Big Rig, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Big Wheel Shootout, you're going to be in lanes 3 and 4. That's Workhorse Big Rig, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Big Wheel Shootout, lanes 3 and 4. Triple Index, you are on standby. Well, the silver Ford lit up the cherry on that run. Ben Mitchell with the win light. Got there first with an 1196 at 116 miles an hour. Left lane Ford put down a 1474 at 94 miles an hour. Now we have Nathan Ogborn in the 2010 Dodge Ram 3500. Nathan Ogborn in the Dodge, rowing through the gears, puts down a 1714 at 87 miles an hour. Just wanted to give a shout out to Peakside Performance. Looking to get more from your diesel truck? Check out Peakside Performance, a Canadian company dedicated to delivering reliable, high-performance solutions for diesel enthusiasts. From daily drivers to dedicated race trucks, Peakside Performance is committed to quality, innovation, and helping customers get the most from their builds. Learn more at peaksideperformance.ca. Up next on the track, we have Workhorse Big Rig coming up. Workhorse Big Rig is brought to you by Davies Sand and Gravel. For more than 60 years, Davies Sand and Gravel has been a trusted name in the Fraser Valley, providing quality aggregate materials and dependable service for residential, commercial, and municipal projects. As a locally owned, family-operated business, they're committed to building strong relationships and delivering the products customers need when they need them. Learn more at daviessandandgravel.com. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Big Wheel Shootout. If you're not down in the staging lanes, you should be. Big Wheel Shootout, come on down to lanes 3 and 4. That's Big Wheel Shootout. Come on down to lanes number 3 and 4. After Big Wheel Shootout, we have Triple Index Workhorse Motorhome. You guys will be on standby. Triple Index Workhorse Motorhome. Get ready to get ready. Attention pits, attention in the pits. Final call for Big Wheel Shootout. Big wheel shootout, final call. Lanes 3 and 4. And coming back around again, an absolute unit. Trident Environmental Hydrovac Services big rig. Look at the size of this thing. I have no idea the weight, how much this thing weighs, but I'm sure it is a lot. And the Trident truck, 788 up front, 3078 out back. At a blistering 47 miles an hour. We got James McNeil in the right lane out of Surrey, BC, driving the 2020 Ford F450. And I'm waiting on info for the white Denali in the left lane. But the only thing I know about that truck for sure is those wheels are a heck of a lot lighter than what came on that truck at factory. Similar reaction times off the starting line. And it goes to James McNeil in the right lane, putting down a 1486 at 92 miles an hour. White GMC in the left lane with a 1493 at 89 miles an hour. And this pairs back around again. They've swapped lanes for this race. White Dodge in the Tower lane. GMC, the GMT 800 truck in the Lordco lane. Now in the last race, this Chevy truck got hot off the line, was ahead of the Dodge to the 8th mile, and then the Dodge found its legs and took the stripe at the finish line. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Triple index, this is your call to the staging lanes 5 and 6. That's triple index, come on down to staging lanes 5 and 6. Workhorse trucks, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. That's triple index, come on down to 5 and 6. Workhorse truck, lanes 1 and 2. Brent Ambler took that last race. That 2019 F-150 was driving 10.76 at a $1.27 to the quarter mile. Sophia Getz got off the line a little bit quicker. Reaction time 1:47 thou. Put down a 1268 at 103 miles an hour in her 2024 F-150. Now we have a couple first-gen Rams. James McNeil in the right lane, out of Surrey. Lots of wheel spin at that gear change. Couple of cool looking trucks. Left lane takes it 1386 at 100 miles an hour. Right lane with a 1452 also at 100 miles an hour. Left lane with a decent reaction time, 47 thou up front versus right lane's 431 thou up front. Both trucks cross the finish line at 100 miles an hour. That was another case of one of the trucks was getting off the line a little bit quicker and found its legs. That's the thing with diesels, is they kind of can at times coast off the starting line, find the turbo, get the PSI built up, get into boost, and then they just squat and go. Clean leave for the Ford in the TCS lane, making its way down the strip on a solo run. 0.55 reaction time up front, 1381 out back at 97 miles an hour. Just wanted to give a quick shout out to Aggressive Towing with one of the coolest displays I've ever seen here at the track. That semi-truck tipped on its side is pretty cool to see. Aggressive Auto Towing has been serving the Fraser Valley since 1986 with professional towing, recovery, and specialized transportation services. With over 40 pieces of equipment and decades of experience, they're equipped to handle jobs of every size 24 hours a day. And I guess they have to be ready 24 hours a day. Because these trucks and big rigs run 24 hours a day. Well, while we wait for the next pair to pull up, I'm going to drop some facts for you guys. The diesel origin. The diesel engine was invented by Rudolf Diesel, whose first successful compression ignition engine ran in 1897. It was nearly twice as efficient as the steam engines of the day and eventually revolutionized trucking, agriculture, railroads, construction equipment, and marine transportation. Modern diesel engines still operate on the same basic principle Rudolf Diesel developed more than 125 years ago. Did you know Rudolph Diesel originally designed his engine to run on a variety of fuels, including vegetable oils? At the 1900 Paris Exposition, he famously demonstrated one running on peanut oil, showing that renewable fuels was part of the vision from the very beginning. This looks like an awesome place to be a kid. Bouncy castles, inflatable racetrack. Balloons, face paint, you name it. This event is as much for kids, if not more, as it is for the adults. Shout out Diesel Den for putting on this event. Pretty cool. And through the gates, I see more and more diesel trucks pulling in. So if these are friends of yours, tell them to fill out a tech card. Take it down the strip, see what it can do. Dodge Ram. Putting down 937 to the 8th, 1460 to the quarter at 93 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Motorhome, come on down to lanes 5 and 6. Motorhome, come on down to lanes 5 and 6. We got one in the staging lanes down here. Just one. So if you got a motorhome and you want to race it, come on down to lanes 5 and 6. Coming up next after Motorhome, we'll have Sportsman Diesel, Race Semi, and Extreme Diesel. So Sportsman Diesel, Race Semi, Extreme Diesel, you guys are on standby. 2 more trucks pulling up with slicks on all 4 corners. Couple big Fords. Devin White in the left lane, 2006 Ford F350. Absolutely ripping down the track. Devin White with a 670 index. Definitely got closest to his index with a 699 at 97 miles an hour. Black truck in the right lane with a 755 at 98 miles an hour. White truck in the Lordco lane putting down a 703 at 87 miles an hour to the 8th on the 670 index. So index racing with the triple index, there's 3 different dial-ins. So with bracket racing, cars will dial whatever they want. You can write it on the window, and they got to go as close to their time without going faster. With triple index, to make it more competitive, you'll have 3 different dial-ins, blanket dial-ins for all the drivers. So I only see 670. So it could be a 670, 770, 870. So today it's 590, 670, and 770. So those are the 3 dials that everybody has to try and get close to. And when it all comes down to the end of the race day, if there's a truck that's a half second quicker, he'll get his green light a half second before the other truck. It all comes down to the finish line. So modifying the starting light, the green light, in both lanes of the track, tightens up the margin at the end of the racetrack, and it could all come down to a thousandth of a second across the finish line. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsman Diesel, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Sportsman Diesel, lanes 1 and 2. Race Semi, come on down to lanes 5 and 6. That's Sportsman Diesel, lanes 1 and 2. Race Semi, come on down to lanes 5 and 6. Extreme Diesel, Daily Driver, Workhorse, Big Rig, you guys are on standby. We have Dave Herfist now out of Agassiz He's got Circle H livestock on his door. Cool looking truck. Big old fuel tank on the back. Could tell this truck has one purpose: to tow a heavy load. It's a 2022 Ford F450. Dave Herfus putting down a 1584 at 90 miles an hour. And now we got a motorhome heads-up drag race. Dan Piskacek in the left lane, 1995 Chevy C-Class Aristocrat. Lined up next to Rob Getz in the right lane in the A-Class motorhome. Clean leave for Dan Piskacek in the left lane. Rob Getz off the line a little bit too quick. Lighten up the cherry by 6th thou at the starting line. Dan Piskacek stopping the timer at 21:52 at 60 miles an hour. Rob Getz putting down a 25:44 at 54 miles an hour in the A-Class. Here we go. Semi-truck drag race. And I gotta say, I've never seen any drag racers ever come that close to the bridge, driving under the bridge. These are the tallest racers I've ever seen on this track, the heaviest racers I've ever seen on this track, and the most tires per vehicle I've ever seen on this track. Cody Diverenta in the left lane out of Surrey, BC in his 2022 Kenworth, lined up next to Aaron Romas out of Mission, BC in the 2021 Western Star. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Race semi, come on down to lanes 5 and 6 is your last call. Extreme Diesel, this is your call to staging lanes 1 and 2. That's race semi, last call, lanes 5 and 6. Extreme Diesel, 1 and 2. Aaron Romas in the right lane took the win on that one. Got off the starting line a lot quicker too. 23.92 at 61 miles an hour. Cody left a second and a half after his starting light lit, put down a 29.39 at 49 miles an hour. And now Daniel Redicop in the left lane, 2024 GMC Sierra. Lined up next to Sophia Getz out of Kamloops in the 2024 F-150. Man, you could tell as soon as Sophia's truck got into the boost there. Something happened at the 330 foot mark. Looks like Sophia let off a little bit there. Daniel Redicop puts down a 14.95 at 89 miles an hour. Sophia with an 18.33 at 91. Now we have the single cab long box in the left lane. Lined up next to the Ford Dually in the right lane. James McNeil in the right lane, 2020 Ford F450. Have no driver's info for the left lane, but that was a solid leave. Solid leave. Good reaction time. 13 thou up front, 14:31 out back, 99 miles an hour. James McNeil put down a 15:21 at 91 miles an hour. Taryn Monroe in the right lane, 002 reaction time. 2 thou off the starting line and our best reaction time today. 002 up front, 14:77 out back, 93 miles an hour. Attention, everybody. We're looking at about 10 or 15 minutes for the dunk tank to be open, and Jamie Davis from Highway Through Hell is going to be the first to go. So 10 or 15 minutes, come on down to the dunk tank. If you head towards the semi-truck that's sitting just about on its side, you won't miss it. Quite a bit of wheel spin for that semi-truck getting off the starting line. Things moving pretty good. 1694, 87 miles an hour. Well, I mentioned the dunk tank, which will be open in about 10 or 15 minutes. And the beer garden is also open. So if you feel like grabbing yourself a cold beer, head on down to the beer garden. The beer garden is now open. Yeah, about 10 minutes. The dunk tank, Jamie Davis from Highway Through Hell, is going to be the first to get dunked. So maybe you'll be the one to throw that ball to make it happen and get him wet. Should be a good time. If you want to be a part of that, head on down to the dunk tank in about 10 minutes. I was talking about triple index earlier. SDK Performance Diesel is today's triple index sponsor. Looking for a shop that knows diesel inside and out? SDK Performance has built a reputation for expert service, quality workmanship, and helping truck owners keep their diesel vehicles running at their best. Whether it's routine maintenance, diagnostics, or performance-focused solutions, their experienced team is committed to delivering exceptional customer service every step of the way. Learn more at sdkperformance.ca. From daily drivers to competition trucks, SDK Performance is dedicated to keeping diesel owners on the road with expert service and a commitment to quality. Their experienced team takes pride in delivering honest advice, dependable workmanship, and understanding customer care. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Daily driver, this is your call to come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Daily driver, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Workhorse Big Rig, this is your call for lanes 5 and 6. That's daily driver, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Workhorse Big Rig, lanes 5 and 6. And Big Wheels Shootout, you're on standby. Man, how about that? Rob gets 142 60 foot, 612 to the 8th at a $1.15 in that 1999 second gen Dodge Ram. That truck is a certified ripper. So again, pits, daily driver, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Workhorse Big Rig to lanes 5 and 6. Big Wheel Shootout, you're on standby. And then coming up next will be Triple Index and Workhorse Truck. Well, thanks everybody for coming out to the West Coast Diesel Day, presented by the Diesel Den. Pretty cool having a diesel exclusive day on the drag strip. The absolute fastest diesel powered vehicle that's ever been on the quarter mile is the Shy Diesel Motorsports Dragster, which clocked a monumental 6-second pass with historical best runs touching 631 at 226 miles an hour. If we're talking a traditional body door slammer pickup truck rather than a custom rail dragster, that record belongs to Brett Deutsch in his 1969 Chevrolet C10 Duramax, which ran a 728 with a 9 at 175 miles an hour. And you guys have all seen when these cars and trucks get into boost, how it just absolutely launches these things down our drag strip. There's not an official world record for how much PSI that these diesels produce, but they're a heck of a lot more than gas cars. Some drag trucks and pulling trucks commonly run 100 to 150 PSI on the top level drag trucks. Extreme diesel pulling engines have reportedly exceeded 200 PSI of boost using massive multi-stage turbocharger setups. And speaking of boost, here's Mark Zwan's 1972 Chevy Nova, powered by a 6.6 Duramax. Can just about guarantee this is the only Nova you'll ever see that rolls coal. Crossed the finish line with a 6.13 at a $1.22. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Workhorse Big Rig should be down here at lanes 5 and 6. Big Wheel Shootout. This is your call to the staging lanes. That's Big Wheel Shootout. Come on down to the staging lanes. We'll put you guys in lanes 1 and 2. Nathan Ogborn now in the left lane. 2010 Dodge Ram 3500. Nathan Ogborn rowing through the gears. Puts down a 1686 at 87 miles an hour. Current time, 11:41. Just a few minutes, we're going to have Jamie Davis go for a bit of a dunk at the dunk tank. So if you want to head down there, you might be the one to throw the ball that makes that happen. And after that, head on over for some lunch at the Half Track Snack Shack. Always good food going on there. Chicken strips and fries, my personal favorite. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Workhorse Big Rig, this is your final call. Final call, Workhorse Big Rig. Come on down to staging lanes 5 and 6. And we have Big Wheel Shootout in the staging lanes right now, lanes 1 and 2. D&B Auger Services on the side of Aaron Romas's 2021 Western Star semi-truck. Well, guys, if you're liking watching these trucks race down the drag strip and you showed up here in a diesel truck and you're thinking, you know what, why don't I do that? Well, you can. I've heard news that there's a lot of diesel trucks over on the spectator side of the track. Why don't you guys come on over, get yourselves a tech card. It's $80, make a lot of passes down the drag strip. So this is a message to everyone over on the Lordco side of the track. On the spectator side, if you're sitting in the box of a diesel, watching these trucks make passes down the drag strip, you yourself could come on out and make some passes down the drag strip. We have a daily driver class. It's $80. Get your tech card filled out, and you might win some prizes. We got cash and prizes for drivers at the track today. So you could sit there in the boxes and watch, or you could take some passes down this drag strip. That is definitely a solid option. Tyler Smith now and Devin Daniels. Smith in the 26 F250 in the left lane, Devin in the right lane. Tyler Smith getting off the starting line, 79 thou up front, puts down to 14.29 at a $1.01. Devin Daniels with a 13.49 at 109 miles an hour. Curtis Kalbeck now in the first gen Dodge. That's a 1992 Dodge D250. He's here out of Mission. Tyler Smith in the right lane from Abbotsford in a 2026 Ford F250. Similar reaction times from both drivers. 26 thou separates these two drivers at the starting line, and at the finish line, it's going to be Curtis Kalbeck in the TCS lane, putting down a 14.20 at 99 miles an hour. Tyler Smith with a 15.09 at 89 miles an hour. Brent Ambler now in the left lane, 2019 Ford F-150, lined up next to Sophia Getz, 2024 F-150. A couple single cab short box pickup trucks ready to make a pass. Solid pass for Brent Ambler. 1068 at a $1.35. Hey, pits, attention in the pits. Triple index, this is your call to the staging lanes. Triple index, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Workhorse, come on down to lanes 5 and 6. That's triple index, lanes 1 and 2. Workhorse truck, come on down to lanes 5 and 6. And motorhome, you're on standby. And I heard the dunk tank is ready to go. So head on down to the dunk tank. It's by the semi-truck that's tipped over. If you want to see Jamie Davis or have a chance at dunking Jamie Davis, you could be the one to throw the ball to make that happen. Cody Diverenta now in the Trident truck. Finishing his pass in 29 seconds. 29.30 quarter mile ET at 50 miles an hour. Couple more big wheels pulling out now. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Well, I've made a call for Triple Index, lanes 1 and 2, and Workhorse, lanes 5 and 6. I put Motorhome on standby, but we're going to go ahead and call you on down to the staging lanes. So again, that's Triple Index, lanes 1 and 2. Workhorse Truck, lanes 5 and 6, and Motorhome, come on down. Couple more big wheels pulling up now. Big wheel shootout class brought to you by Dirty Diesel Customs. Black Ram had some issues in the starting line there. I think he staged a little too deep. Popped out of there with a red lit before the tree dropped. White Diesel with a clean run. 14:35 at 93 miles an hour for that truck. Well, here's another message to all the guys sitting in diesel trucks on the spectator side, guys and gals. If you want to race your truck on this strip today, you can. $80, come on over, get your tech card. There's going to be lots of passes today. If you want to see what your truck can do, or if you've been bragging to your friends about how fast it is, well, now's your time to prove it. $80 to take your truck onto the drag strip today. Not too many trucks are racing today, so we have plenty of room. If you're here in a diesel truck, come on down, get your tech card, and take it down the drag strip. Couple more Fords pulling up right now. Some serious slicks on all four corners of the Ford truck in the right lane. Left lane with a big cloud is Josh Dennis. That's a 2011 Ford F350. Truck in the right lane gets it. 677 at 100 miles an hour. He got there first, got off the line faster too. Josh Dennis puts down a 742 at 99 miles an hour. Well, we're going to keep sending these different classes of trucks around and around for the qualifying runs. Then in a little bit, we're going to go into eliminations. And then after we get eliminations done, then we will open up the pit. So the pit, this is a new thing we're doing. There have been burnout contests here before on the little concrete slab next to the drag strip, but this is on asphalt. So no standing burnouts or your tires will dig holes in the racing surface. But it's a 60-foot by 200-foot burnout pad, so we're looking for some action. Some guys to go out there and swing their cars and trucks around, make some tire smoke, and put on a show for everybody here at Mission Raceway. And now back to the River Valley Ford drag strip. We have Jim Brown in the second gen Dodge Ram. That's a 94 Dodge. Jim got into the boost at the starting line and his brakes couldn't hold the truck back. Rolled through the starting line and then he leaves in a cloud of black smoke. That was Dave Herfist in the 2022 Ford F450. He's here from Agassiz. Put down a 1596 at 91 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Motorhome, this is your last call. Last call, motorhome, come on down to the staging lanes now. Couple of index trucks here. We have Brent Ambler in the left lane. He's here out of Kelowna. That's a 2005 Ford F250. Having a hard time getting off the line. On the right lane, Rob Getz. 2007 Ford F350. Gets down the track to the 8th mile with a 813 at 91 miles an hour. Brent Ambler appears to have had some difficulties getting off the starting line there. Coasted through the 8th mile beams with a 1671 at 43 miles an hour. Green light for the big rig of Aaron Romas from right here in Mission, BC. Piloting his 2021 Western Star rig. 369 to the 60 foot, 1175 to the 330 foot. 8th mile ET 1737, quarter mile ET 2578 at 59 miles an hour. Well, if you guys are anywhere around the track, have a look at what's pulling in right now behind the tower. Absolutely massive unit. And a huge trailer. Well, I mentioned earlier, if you're here a spectator, if you're a spectator with a diesel truck and you're curious about drag racing, well, $80, your tech card, you don't even have to go through tech inspection. Pull it on over and we can tech your truck here in the staging lanes. So once again, if you're a spectator here and you want to take your truck down the drag strip, it's $80. Don't even have to go through tech. Pay your $80, pull on over to the staging lanes. We will tech your truck in the staging lanes. So if you're watching, pull your truck on through, pull it right into the staging lanes. We'll tech your truck in the staging lanes and you guys can make some passes today. All right, guys, another crazy matchup here at the drag strip. We got Rob Monroe in the left lane and Dan Piskacek in the right lane in his C-Class 1995 Chevy motorhome, which I can't even see from the tower right now. And it is definitely worth mentioning that the A-Class motorhome, the diesel pusher in the tower lane, is currently for sale. So if you're looking at that and thinking, man, I could use a little of that in my life, that big A-Class diesel pusher motorhome is currently for sale. Dan Piskacek goes red by 200ths. Rob Monroe, clean launch in the left lane, if you could call it that. 27-28, quarter mile ET, 52 miles an hour. Dan Piskacek in the right lane ran a 23.76 at 54 miles an hour. Now we have Rob Getz in the 2003 Ford Ultra Supreme A-Class motorhome. Not too bad. Rob getting off the line, 63 thou up front. 360 to the 60 foot, 1042 to the 330 foot. The track crew is just giving the track a quick drag, making sure we have a fully prepped, perfect surface for our trucks and RVs and big rigs to be racing here today. Maximum traction for maximum torque. So today our Sportsman Diesel class is brought to you by Stay Tuned Auto. At Stay Tuned Auto Repair, great service starts with honesty. Their experienced team is committed to providing reliable repairs, quality workmanship, and straightforward advice you can trust. Whether it's routine maintenance or diagnosing a more complex issue, Stay Tuned Auto Repair is dedicated to keeping you safely on the road with service you can count on. Looking for an automotive repair shop you can trust? Stay Tuned Auto Repair has built its reputation on honest service, experienced technicians, and putting customers first. When your vehicle needs attention, you can count on the team at Stay Tuned Auto Repair to get the job done right.
Hey, so we're going to go ahead and make the call for Extreme Diesel. We're looking for Extreme Diesel to the lanes, please. Extreme Diesel, this is your call to the staging lanes. We'll take Extreme Diesel to lanes 5 and 6. So my name is John Tabak, one of the staff announcers here at the River Valley Drag Strip at Mission Raceway Park. So far today, you've been listening to Slick, Mike Wone, another one of the staff announcers here at Mission. So kind of a cool day. Certainly much different than what we're used to. So lots going on out there in the pits. Got the dunk tank going on. That's kind of cool. And quite the display set up over there. Highway through hell. Right here at Mission Raceway Park. So we just saw a Prevost coach, motorhome conversion, going down the track. Can't say I ever thought I would see that, but the Monroe family unit is for sale. I heard you talking about that, Mike.
Yes, sir. If you're in the market for a diesel pusher luxury motorhome,
Hey, listen up out there in the pit. Sportsman Diesel. Sportsman Diesel will take you to lanes 3 and 4. Sportsman Diesel, this is your call to the staging lanes. Lanes 3 and 4 for Sportsman Diesel, please. We're also going to make the call for Race Semi. So I understand there's only one of you, so I'm talking to you. Race Semi, come on down.
And I see a turbo diesel Jetta that just had some numbers written on the windshield. So another reminder to the spectators out there, if you want to race, bring your car or truck. If it's a diesel and you want to know how fast it can run on the drag strip, bring it on down. You do not have to go through any sort of tech inspection. We will tech it in the staging lanes. So if you want to see it, if you want to see what your car or truck can do, or if you and a friend of yours are here with your trucks and you've wondered whose is the fastest, well, if you want to put that to rest, put that question mark to rest and see what they could do, come on down for a little friendly competition. So it's $80. We'll tech your car or truck in the staging lanes. So if you want to have the coolest profile picture on your Facebook profile of your car or truck, launching off the starting line right here at the River Valley Ford Mission Raceway drag strip, bring it on by. Bring it on by the staging lanes. We will tech it, and you can run it.
You want to say that again, Mike?
I said I kind of want to take my truck down there.
Well, I don't see why that couldn't be arranged.
It's a 2021 GMC 3500 with fishy crackers crushed up on the back floorboards and a 300-pound trampoline in the box, but we'll see.
Well, we would have to take the trampoline out of the box, but that's certainly doable. So the crackers are fine. So how cool is this? 1972 Chevy Nova, left lane with a 6.6-liter Duramac conversion. Here he is building some boost, making some smoke. Rob Getz, right-hand lane, the Dodge Ram. That thing leaves hard. How about 601, 115 miles an hour at the 8th mile? Mark Swan in that 72 Nova was doing 121 miles an hour at the 8th mile with an ET of 624. So just trying to get a handle on these classes, what we've got going on here. Obviously not huge car counts in any of these classes. Extreme diesel, we've got 3 or 4 here possibly. So Sportsman diesel now. Ford versus Chevy. Well, GMC if we're going to get real picky about it. Daniel Redikoff, right-hand lane. Now, that's a name that I would normally associate with like maybe a late model Challenger at Friday Night Street Legals, but maybe I'm just imagining things. So Daniel gets there first with the GMC, $14.99 at 89 miles an hour. We had James McNeil left side of the racetrack. His 2020 F450 puts 1480 up on the reader board, doing 92 miles an hour. And now a couple of regulars here at Mission. Tyler Smith and Taryn Monroe. Both graduates of the Junior Street program here at Mission Raceway Park. Very cool program. Get your teenager involved. Tyler Smith, left lane, 1365. Taryn Monroe goes 1475. Now Davies, sand and gravel. Single axle Kenworth. Does a dry hop. How cool is that? You know, it's kind of got a bit of a drag race look to it. Back's kind of slung down low a little bit. If there was a semi on Street Outlaws, this might be it.
Bit of a gasser stance, back end down low, straight axle up front.
Absolutely.
Looks like he got his traction issues sorted out. Spun the tires at the starting line's last pass.
I'm going to say he left the starting line in like 4th or 5th gear, possibly even higher than that. Man, that motor was rattling for about the first second, but the torque finally pulled it out. Goes 1727 at 80 miles an hour.
And 16 thou up front.
Yeah.
Not a bad launch for that big, heavy semi-truck.
Great light. Not sure where on the tree he was actually leaving, but takes a little bit of time to get a big, heavy rig moving. So if he can figure out how to go 016, that's awesome.
Can we get Daily Driver 1 and 2?
Attention in the pits. Daily Driver. Daily Driver. This is your call to the staging lanes. Daily Driver to lanes 1 and 2. We'll take Workhorse Big Rig to lanes 3 and 4. Workhorse Big Rig to lanes 3 and 4. And Big Wheel Shootout to lanes 5 and 6. Big Wheel Shootout to lanes 5 and 6. So one more time. Daily Driver, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Workhorse Big Rig, come on down to lanes 3 and 4. And Big Wheel Shootout will take you in lanes 5 and 6. Well, Mike, gotta say, just at a glance out there, I'm thinking there are so many vehicles on this property that have not bought a tech card. I'm left scratching my head. Like, come on, guys. Take it down the track. Let's have a little fun today. That's why we put this diesel day on the schedule, was to give everybody your shot against like competitors. So one's really got to ask, why are so many of these trucks just parked and not buying that tech card? Come on out, have some fun.
Well, I mean, a lot of guys put a lot of money, a lot of hard work, a lot of effort into making their trucks go fast, but might be a little scared. Might be kind of scared. I don't know. But if you're not scared, $80 for a tech card. Come on down to the staging lanes. We will tech your truck. And this goes for everybody here, everybody in the crowd, everybody watching. Run what you brung. If it's a diesel, come on down, see what it can do.
And I'll just throw in all the show trucks claiming you make 1,500 pounds of torque or something like that. Well, come on out, prove it. Big Ford coming up right-hand side of the track. Going to take on the little Volkswagen over here in the left lane. Some of these Volkswagens get it done. Well, last night, while not diesel powered, there was a Volkswagen Golf R running 10s. Total sleeper car, looked absolutely factory. Nothing would make you think that thing runs 10 seconds.
Tara Monroe getting there first of the 1467 at 94 miles an hour, and this is her second 006 reaction time. Tara Monroe currently the holder for the quickest time off the starting line today. Riles Lowen in the 01 VW Jetta puts down a 2032 at 66 miles an hour. Little bit of tire smoke for this second-gen Ram. Driven by Cooper Fitton. That's a 1997 2500 Ram powered by a 5.9 Cummins.
So Ben Mitchell over there in the right-hand lane. 2016 Ram versus the 1997 Ram over here tower side. That's Cooper Fitton. Ben Mitchell, 010 on the tree. Nice job. And 11:66 doing 116 miles an hour through the finish line. Cooper gets there in 17.51 seconds, doing 78 miles an hour. So unfortunately, we are being made aware that there's a little bit of precipitation going on, just a minor amount. But it is enough that we're going to err on the safe side and put things on hold, hopefully momentarily. Lots going on in the pits today. Got the big slide, plenty for the kids to do. Concession stand is open, lunch is on. So as I was saying, all kinds of stuff going on here today in the pits. The giant slide, the bouncy castle, got the little racetrack for kids on bikes or tricycles. Very cool display going on. Highway Through Hell right here at Mission Raceway Park. Television show that I'm sure we're all very familiar with. Reliable towing with a very cool display going on there. Looks like mid-recovery of a semi. Oh, aggressive towing, pardon me. And Beer Garden is open. They're waiting for you. Also, make sure you check out the Pro Shop. A fantastic selection of Mission Raceway Park and NHRA, along with some other swag. And there are some good deals to be had as well.
Well, John mentioned the awesome display that Aggressive has going on over at the tow show. Just wanted to give a shout out to Commercial Truck Equipment, the tow show's sponsor. For more than 75 years, Commercial Truck Equipment has been Canada's trusted leader in vocational trucks and work truck equipment. Proudly 100% Canadian owned and operated, they serve customers from coast to coast with industry-leading products, expert engineering, and unmatched service and support. Whether it's municipal fleets, construction, towing, utilities, or heavy industry, Commercial Truck Equipment is helping keep Canada working. Learn more at comtruck.ca.
So after just a couple of moments, we got a pair of trucks to run down the track. So left lane. Absolutely just lighten up the passenger side rear tire. Harmon Rackra in the right-hand lane went 14.32 at 91 miles an hour. Here comes Devin White. His 06 F350 Ford, 6-liter powered, the Power Stroke. Back to our daily driver class. So Devin White backs it up. He wants another try at that. I think he mistakenly staged the truck And, well, he might be leaving a little something, something on the track. So they're going to back him up. So check out what we've got coming up in the right-hand lane. So this also was on my list of stuff I kind of never thought I'd see go down the track. What a beast. Would be interesting to get an official weight. So it looks like a hydrovac, I think. Trident Environmental. So I'm sure that it's empty, but still. Would be very interested to know what the official weight is. I'm sure it's way, way too heavy to go across our scales here at Mission. Cody Davarinta out of Surrey in that 2022 Kenworth. That'll be coming at you in the right-hand lane. Aaron Romas will be coming up left-hand side of the track. His 2021 Western Star. D&B Auger Services. So we got the left lane, starting line area cleaned up. We're ready to go. So Trident Environmental Hydrovac Services coming up right-hand side. Got to say, I'm very surprised neither of these guys stopping in the water box to do a burnout. Sub 1 second reaction times, both lanes. Nice job, guys. So Aaron Romas leads the way. Big wheel shootout. Big wheel shootout. We're still looking for big wheel shootout to the staging lanes, please. So Aaron Romas gets there first, left side of the racetrack, 24.42 seconds, doing 60 miles an hour. Cody DeVarinta, right-hand side, goes 28.98 seconds, doing 50 miles an hour. Now Riles Lowen coming up out of Princeton, BC in an 01 VW Jetta TDI. Love the black diesel soot stained back of the car. So just did a quick tech card count for our daily driver class. We've got 8 entries. Now I'm thinking that ought to be at least 25. And I know we can get there. Again, all these parked trucks. Come on, guys. So for the guys that are entered, I was going to say, for the guys that are entered, feel free to call out some guys who aren't entered. Challenge them. Throw it out there. Lay some money down even. So also a part of today's festivities, we're going to have a burnout contest. I'm not sure really how much of a contest it is, but we've got a huge burnout pit set up down towards the, near the finish line if you were to line yourself up beside the track, but over here in the pits. And so we're not talking about stationary burnouts. We're talking about the kind of burnouts you see on YouTube. So it's just $50 to enter. So Mike's going to run home and go get his freshly painted Pontiac. He's going to enter.
That thought had crossed my mind. I just finished my Grand Prix build a week ago, but I told a friend of mine, I think I'm going to throw some bias plies and cook them off in the burnout pad. And a friend of mine said, well, aren't you planning on driving that car from here to Florida and back in a month? So he said, don't you think the wise thing to do would be not to detonate your engine before that plan?
Yeah, but what would be the fun thing to do? That's important too.
There's definitely a lot of yeah buts in that situation. It would be fun. And it is going to be fun. We were hoping to see some burnouts that'll make the Australian Summer Nats crowd jealous.
There we go. So again, that'll all be coming up at 5 p.m. today. So Tyler Smith, 0-13 on the tree, then goes 13-13 at the finish line. That's a whole bunch of 13s. Sophia Getz now. Young lady, a regular here at Mission, goes 12:42 at 119. And that very cool 2024 F-150.
12:47 p.m. Quick reminder, if you guys are hungry, to head on down to the Half Track Snack Shack. Great food there. Burgers, fries, onion rings. My favorite, chicken strips.
Hot dogs, can't forget about the hot dogs. Corn dogs, too. Now Devin Daniels and Tristan Tomlins. Tristan, left-hand lane, the 07 Dodge. What was the first one? So we're going to go ahead and make the call for Triple Index. We'll take you to lanes 1 and 2. Triple Index, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. And Workhorse Big Rig, we'll call you to lanes 3 and 4. Workhorse Big Rig, come on down to lanes 3 and 4. So one more time, Triple Index, come on down to 1 and 2. Workhorse Big Rig, we'll be looking for you in lanes 3 and 4. Oh, okay, my mistake. Workhorse Truck, not Big Rig. So Workhorse to lanes 3 and 4. Once again, Workhorse to lanes 3 and 4. Workhorse Big Rig, please disregard that last call. So a couple of 13-second runs. Devin Daniels goes 13:26. Tristan Tomlins goes 13:80.
Behind the tower, I see Pacific Earthworks. Now, these guys showed up with the biggest trailer I've ever seen, the biggest flat deck, and an 8-wheeled unit on the back of it. Now I see the rig with no trailer on it, and the 8-wheeled unit parked behind it in the staging lanes. And these guys have paperwork in their hands. So it looks like we're going to get to see these things running. Daniel Redicop making a pass right now in his 2024 GMC 3500. Crossing the finish line with a 15:07 at 89 miles an hour. Bit of wheel hop for the wide single. That's Jesse Kutzer in the left lane in the first-gen Ram. Chris Kalbick in the right lane, also in a first-gen Ram.
So Jesse, left side, using a clutch pedal, gets there second. Curtis in the right lane goes 13:75 to arrive ahead. So triple index class. Couple of 670 competitors. Well, no, one 770. So Rob gets in the right lane, trying to go 770. Josh Dennis looking for 670. So I'm thinking Josh Dennis ought to choose 770 as he went 763. So he'd be holding a little bit on the 770 index. Would work out pretty good. Rob Getz, obviously capable of running quicker than 770, winds up 739. Two more rolling up. Dan in the right lane, Brent in the left. So Dan Krapinak goes 693 against the 670 index in the right lane. Brent Ambler, left side, went 749 on the 670 index. Made a whole bunch more smoke doing it. So he gets some points for that. Mark Swan coming at us now. The 72 Nova, left-hand lane, 590. His prediction. Jim Brown in the right lane. Says the Dodge is going 670. Man, was that thing hard on suspension parts and U-joints when it left. Looked like four-wheel tire shake. And I'm not sure if he's broken or just in shock. But he immediately got out of it and has just kind of idled his way down the track. So Mark Swan 702 against the 590 index. Now Dave Hurst coming up.
Motorhome 1 and 2, Sportsman Diesel 5 and 6, and what?
So we're going to go ahead and make some calls to the staging lanes. We need Motorhome. Motorhome. Lanes 1 and 2 for Motorhome. We're also looking for Sportsman Diesel. Sportsman Diesel, please make your way to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman Diesel, 5 and 6. And Race Semi to lanes 3 and 4. Race Semi, come on down to lanes 3 and 4. So we'll recap one more time. Motorhome, lanes 1 and 2. Sportsman Diesel, lanes 5 and 6. Race Semi to lanes 3 and 4.
Well, I'm sure everybody's having a good day here at the River Valley Ford drag strip. If you're in the market for a new truck, down at our winner's circle, we have 2 brand new Fords parked out there. For most of the event, River Valley Ford has brought out some more family-oriented vehicles, usually a Bronco and an Explorer parked next to the tower. But right now in the winner's circle, we got 2 very nice-looking trucks from River Valley Ford, Mission's only Ford dealership. Serving the Fraser Valley from its Lougheed Highway location, it's a single-location dealership, but it covers a lot. New Ford sales, certified pre-owned vehicles, fleet and commercial truck service, financing, parts, detailing, and full maintenance work. And here comes Dave Herfist again from Agassiz with a Davies Sand and Gravel Big Rig Hot Rod. This truck with a bit of a shorter wheelbase, single axle in the back, about as lightweight appearing as you could get these trucks to be.
Motorhome, this is your final call. Motorhome to lanes 1 and 2. And again, Sportsman Diesel. We're looking for Sportsman Diesel. Lanes 5 and 6, please. So the Davies Sand and Gravel entry. Making a single. Left-hand side. He's got nobody to race against. I'm going to say he got away a little cleaner that time. .3 seconds, 85 miles an hour. Davies Sand and Gravel is proud to be a local, family-owned company that has been serving the Fraser Valley for over 6 decades. Built on quality, reliability, and outstanding customer service, they're committed to helping build the communities we live, work, and play in. Thank you to Davies Sand and Gravel for supporting our community. So today's event is proudly supported by Diesel Den. If you're serious about diesel performance, Diesel Den is your one-stop shop for custom diesel tuning, performance upgrades, diagnostic, and premium parts. They specialize in Ford Power Stroke, Duramax, Cummins, EcoDiesel, Sprinter, and more. With over 50 years of combined experience, they're passionate about helping every truck perform at its best. Swing by their booth today and see what they can do for your truck.
Yeah, it seems to be like weird clouds coasting over, so we'll keep an eye on it. More exciting than funny cars. I know, these are pretty fast cars right here.
So here comes the motorhomes.
Safety sending 2 big Berthas your way. I'm
So again, a little shocked. These guys are just like rolling right through the burnout box. Well, Rob Monroe with a little bit of a dry hop there in the Prevost. Did you see that? So again, what you see in the left-hand lane is for sale. You know, I'm going to say the Prevost was kind of looking like it was holding its own for about the first 40 feet or so. Actually, it's still hanging in there.
Cool looking motorhome, too. Queen size bed, gas stove, and a history of drag racing.
There we go. So ultimately, they cross the finish line side by side, both going 51 miles an hour. Right-hand lane getting there first by 47 thousandths of a second. And now a single. Dan Piskacek. So Piskacek turns it red by 38 thousandths of a second. 3.08 to the 60-foot mark.
No, let's go Sportsman Diesel, not elimination, race semi, not elimination, extreme diesel.
Doing 53 miles an hour at the 1,000-foot, and at the finish line, 56 while going 23.23 seconds. James McNeil and Tyler Smith. $12.66 for Tyler Smith in the right lane. James McNeil with a 14.75.
Sportsman Diesels or
Now, Taryn Monroe and Daniel Redekop. Redekop in the right lane goes 14.95. Taryn gets there first with a 14.72.
what's that right in front of you?
We'll probably wait till 2 and
So again, burnout contest coming up 5 p.m. That'll take place down towards where Tech normally is. Over here on the pit side of the racetrack, finish line area. So just $50. Get yourselves entered. So just got confirmation. It is an actual contest. So it will be judged. So do your due diligence. Find out who said judges are. You can start paying them off a little early.
We don't know who the judges are yet. We're going to get some volunteers to judge.
All right. So I've just been told that the judges have not yet been named. We don't know who the judges are, but there will be some judges chosen, and there is prizes. There's cash to be won, along with other prizes. So while we have had stationary burnout contests here at Mission before, this will be the first time kind of going into the Australian style burnouts, if you want to call them that. So we've got a burnout pit, 60 feet wide, 200 feet long. So we're going to make the call for Extreme Diesel. Extreme Diesel to lanes 1 and 2. Extreme Diesel. This is your call to lanes 1 and 2. We're also going to make the call for Race Semi. Race Semi. You can come on down to the staging lanes. Race Semi, come on down. Extreme Diesel, come on down to 1 and 2. Couple of daily driver entries. Taryn Monroe. Right-hand side of the racetrack, turns it a little bit red. Taryn leads the way. Forward over here, tower side. Goes 1664 at 91 miles an hour. Taryn Monroe getting there ahead with a 1467.
No, you're in class. I'll just move on to the next class. Okay, daily drivers, lanes 1 and 2 is eliminations, and workhorse, big rig, 5 and 6, and wheel shootout, 3 and 4 minutes. Not eliminations, we're running just qualifying time trials all the way till 2, and then we'll jump into eliminations after 2.
And those classes don't ever go into elimination.
No, some of those classes don't ever go into eliminations.
Michael gave them 2, I think.
Extreme Diesel, Race Semi, Sportsman Diesel, and Triple Index.
Now there's only one race semi, so there is no elimination.
Be a final round.
And there's only 2 extreme diesels. So what I'll probably do is we'll start eliminations after 2. We'll just do them, and then we'll just keep running until 4. And then if they get eliminated, they can just keep coming up with fun passes if they want to.
So am I supposed to call those classes? Is that what you were saying on the radio?
Daily driver 1 and 2, big wheel shootout 3 and 4, and then I think it's
Workhorse Big Rig,
yeah.
5 and 6. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Daily Driver. Daily Driver, lanes 1 and 2, please. Daily Driver to lanes 1 and 2. Workhorse Big Rig. Come on down to lanes 5 and 6. That's Workhorse Big Rig. This is your call to lanes 5 and 6. And Big Wheel Shootout. Big Wheel Shootout. Lanes 3 and 4, please. Big Wheel Shootout to lanes 3 and 4. One more time. Daily Driver to 1 and 2. Workhorse Big Rig to 5 and 6. Big Wheel Shootout to 3 and 4. All right. I think we might have a new entry in Daily Driver. Cameron Dirks, 2011 Ram 3500 with a Cummins under the hood. And Riles Lowen in the VW Jetta, right-hand lane. Cameron drives away, 1485 at exactly 100 miles an hour. Little V-dub in the right lane goes 20 seconds.
Windows up, both of you. Oh, sorry, they got it.
That'll bring up 2 more. The Dynamic Diesels truck, the number 33 truck over there in the right lane. Tanner Jung, Tower Side out of Langley in the 2019 Ford F350. So the 33 truck was taken off way out there. Then the brake lights came on. So some kind of issue. No idea what happened, but something he didn't like. Two more coming at us now. Dodge versus Ford. Devin White in the F350. Right-hand lane. Bronson Irk in the yellow Dodge Ram, Tower Side. Devin White, right-hand lane. Goes 11:02, 120 miles an hour. Bronson, left side, 17:23 at 90 miles an hour in the Dodge. this?
It's a GTR.
So Mercedes?
Yeah. It's like 100 kilometers.
So an AMG GTR coming up tower side for Pacific Earthworks. Jeff McKay. Ben Mitchell absolutely leaves him behind early. The AMG coming on strong on the top end, but not going to be able to get there. Ben Mitchell goes 11:52 at 116 behind the wheel of the 2016 Ram. That thing's got the right tune-up in it. McKay in the Mercedes goes 11:66 at 125. Now Andrew Cook and Harmon Rakra. Couple of Dodges.
We got a few big wheels that were late. I'll just extreme diesel. Yeah.
So Andrew Cook goes 13.97. Harmon in the right lane with a 14.33.
Yeah. Extreme diesel, just one pair. And then back to the big wheel.
Now a big wheel entry.
Last pair of extreme diesel in the water bar.
Lights up the passenger side rear tire. He's hooked up now. $17.07, 88 miles an hour. Now an extreme diesel pairing. Rob Getz in the right lane. In the Dodge Ram. Mark Swan in the left lane. The Chevrolet Nova. Be really curious to know what the Nova weighs. Build up a little boost, lights the second bulb, takes an extra bump. So Rob Getz actually moving around a little bit early. Goes 139 to the 60 foot. That's pretty stout. And 606 at 115 to the 8th mile. Mark Swan with a 662 number, doing 119 at the 8th mile. So back to big wheel for a pair. Tyler Smith and James McNeil. James McNeil out of Surrey, BC, driving the 2020 F450 left side of the racetrack. Tyler Smith in the comparatively light-duty truck, just an F250. We're there in the right-hand lane. McNeil gets him on the starting line, 079 to 101. But Tyler Smith gets to the finish line well ahead, 1265 at 104 miles an hour.
Yeah, because it's easy. It's like, oh man, I need to bring food. There's always oranges in the fridge.
Fourth big rig coming to the water box. First and last pair.
Devin Daniels and Tristan Tomlins now. Devin Daniels. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. We're looking for Triple Index along with Workhorse and Motorhome. You can come on back. So Triple Index, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Workhorse, this is your call to lanes 3 and 4. And Motorhome will take you in lanes 5 and 6. So we'll run through that one more time. Triple Index, lanes 1 and 2. Workhorse, lanes 3 and 4. Motorhome to lanes 5 and 6. Now we've got the big rigs coming up once again. So we got the auger truck in the right lane and the hydrovac truck over here in the left lane. That's a whole bunch of weight to get moving. Cody in the left lane driving the hydrovac truck for Trident Environmental Services. Aaron Romas behind the wheel of the auger-equipped semi. In the right lane, he goes 24.28 seconds at 60 miles an hour. Cody, left side, 28.11 at 51 miles an hour. And it looks like we go back to daily driver. So as I understand it, the game plan for those classes that will be running eliminations today, the game plan is to start eliminations at around 2 o'clock. And because we don't have a whole ton of cars on our hands, if you are eliminated, you will be more than welcome to just come on up when your class is called. We'll run you behind those that are still in. So the long and short of it, whether or not you're eliminated or not, you can just come on back the next time your class is called. So Tanner Jung, 15.17 seconds. Bronson Irk, 16.54. So again, we are looking for triple index. Triple index, we need you in the staging lanes. Triple index, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Workhorse, we're looking for Workhorse in the staging lanes. Workhorse, please report to lanes 3 and 4. And Motorhome, come on down to lanes 5 and 6, please. So another hit for triple index. Dan Krapinak. Right-hand lane. 2002 F350. Josh Dennis, Tower Side. The 2011 F350. Dan gets away first, way out in front. 8th mile goes 6:79, doing exactly 100 miles an hour. Josh Dennis also doing exactly 100 miles an hour with a 750. Krapinak with the much better 60-foot time, 1.59 to the 60-foot, while Josh Dennis was 1.93. So Krapinak making the steam earlier in the run. Now Rob Getz and Brent Ambler. Ambler, right-hand side out of Kelowna. Couple of Fords. Rob Getz out of Kamloops. So Rob Getz chooses 770 as his index. Brent Ambler gets the Christmas tree exactly 1 second later. The 670. So Rob Getz making some headway. Goes 766, so just slightly under the 770. Brent Ambler way on the other side of the 670 index at 826. Now Jim Brown and Mark Zwan. Mark Zwan, the right-hand lane, the 72 Chevy Nova. Duramax conversion. Going to try go 590. Jim Brown working on 670 over here Tower Side. Jim Brown goes nowhere. Mark Zwan, 698. Again on the 590 index. He needs to change over to 670. And Jim Brown is broken by the looks of it. So apparently we are on hold for what will hopefully be just a few moments. A little bit of a weather situation taking place right now. So again, we're going to err to the safe side of things and just put everything on hold for what will hopefully just be a couple of minutes. But again, all kinds of stuff to do in the meantime. Great activities over here on the pit side, especially for the kids, for the adults. We've got the beer garden. Really doesn't get much better than that. So definitely a bit of a gray, blustery day out there. So we're still on hold. Hopefully won't be too much longer. So River Valley Ford, brand new Ford dealership right here in Mission. Big supporters of what we do here at Mission. They've got a couple of trucks on display in the winner's circle, right behind the pit side grandstands. Aggressive Towing, big supporter of Diesel Day 2026 here at Mission. They've got a very cool display.
Well, we're still just doing some track prep, guys. Got a couple mohos in the staging lanes right now. So we're going to be getting back to drag racing quite quickly here. Just got back from my lunch break at the Half Track Snack Shack. Chicken strips and fries, the usual. Fantastic as always. And while I was down there from the other side of the racetrack, from some of the trucks over there, I heard someone revving one of their diesels up. Revving it in the parking lot's one thing. Taking it down the drag strip is another thing. Anyone could enter today. Take your street-driven daily diesel. Come on around to the staging lanes. We'll tech your truck in the staging lanes. Fill out a card. We'll input your information into the computer system. It's only $80 to make some passes in your truck down the drag strip today.
So things are looking a little better out there. So looks like we'll be back to the action in about 5 minutes or so.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsman Diesel. We're going to give you guys a lane call to lanes 1 and 2. Sportsman Diesel, come on down to staging lanes 1 and 2. Race Semi, come on down to lanes 3 and 4. And we're looking at Extreme Diesel to lanes 5 and 6. So that's Sportsman Diesel, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Race Semi 3 and 4, and Extreme Diesel 5 and 6. And with that announcement, we have the first 2 motorhomes making their way down the track right now. Dan Piskacek in the left lane in his 95 Chevy C-Class motorhome, lined up next to the diesel pusher of Rob Monroe.
There's more than one person in this RV and nobody has their helmet on. Yeah, I thought someone was gonna have a conversation about this.
Rob Monroe went a little bit red at that starting line. Dan Piskacek left pretty clean. 143 reaction time in that big heavy boat. 23.73 for him in the left lane. 28.28 for Rob Monroe. Green light for Rob Getz in the Ultra Supreme A-Class motorhome.
Hey, Kevin, can you talk to Rob about his fully loaded camera that he's making?
25.37 across the finish line at 54 miles an hour. Now we have Dave Herfist, 2022 Ford F450 in this Circle H livestock truck. Nice clean tow rig, massive auxiliary tank on the back of that. Not a bad reaction time too. 47 thou up front, out back 15.95 at 90 miles an hour. All right, guys, well, we're going to be continuing drag racing in a second here, but next round, next rotation, we're going to be moving into eliminations. So Sportsman Diesel, Extreme Diesel, Triple Index. We'll be moving into elimination rounds for you guys. So get your rigs ready. All right, couple black Fords pulling up to the starting line right now. We have James McNeil in the left lane. That's a 2020 Ford F450. Tyler Smith on a bit of a tear off the starting line in his 2026 Ford F250. James McNeil getting off the starting line quicker, though, 72 up front. Tyler Smith putting down a 1046 at 127 miles an hour. Oh, wow. I read that wrong. Little bit of dyslexia going on. That is a 1272 at a $1.04. James McNeil with an 8968 at 1350, 8968 miles an hour. 1605 quarter mile ET. All right, I think I'm sorted out now. We got Taryn Monroe in the left lane. Taryn Monroe, super hot off the tree today. 2 times 006 reaction times in that 2020 F350, lined up next to Daniel Redekop in the 2024 GMC Sierra. Another solid launch for Taryn, 36 thou up front.
All right, thank you.
Crossing the finish line with a 1470 at 93 miles an hour. Daniel Redekop with a 1500 at 89 miles an hour. Yellow Dodge in the tower lane. That is Bronson Irk. He's here from Langley. In the right lane, Tanner Jung in the 2019 Ford F350. Tanner Jung getting there first, 1563 at 93 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsman Diesel. Last call for lanes 1 and 2. Sportsman Diesel, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Race Semi, lanes 3 and 4. And Extreme Diesel, lanes 5 and 6. That's Sportsman Diesel, lanes 1 and 2. Race Semi, 3 and 4. And Extreme Diesel in lanes 5 and 6. Daily Driver, you are on standby. Standby, Daily Drivers. Well, I've just got news that the ladders for Triple Index and Sportsman Diesel are now in the app. So if you're in Triple Index and Sportsman Diesel, you want to know how you're doing or everybody else around you, who you might pair up against, etc., etc. Triple Index, Sportsman Diesel, ladder is now in the app, and we'll be moving on to your guys' eliminations shortly. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Race Semi, lanes 3 and 4, please. Extreme Diesel, lanes 5 and 6. Race Semi, lanes 3 and 4. Extreme Diesel, lanes 5 and 6. Well, we all know about the horsepower wars with muscle cars in the 60s and early 70s. But diesels have always had a torque war going on between the big three. So as of today, the production pickup torque battle continues with Ford's 6.7 liter high output Power Stroke, which is 1,200 foot-pounds. Ram 6.7 liter high output Cummins is 1,075 foot-pounds, and GM's 6.6 liter Duramax with a 975 pound-feet of torque. Most people, when they think about diesels, they think of construction equipment or hauling. But there is a diesel class at the Bonneville Salt Flats. The fastest diesel-powered vehicle ever to run at the Bonneville Salt Flats is the JCB Diesel Max. So the top FIA certified average speed They put down 350.092 miles an hour, which is 563 kilometers an hour. And that was in August 23rd, 2006 at the Bonneville Salt Flats in Utah. Driver's name was Andy Green. It was powered by two 4.4-liter JCB diesel engines, producing a combined about 1,500 horsepower. And it still holds the world record as the fastest diesel-powered vehicle ever built. 20 years later, still holding the record. Before that 2006 record, the previous record was 235 miles per hour, which is set in 1973. So the JCB team shattered it by more than 114 miles per hour. Moving on to Rob Getz, second gen Ram, 1999 Dodge Ram in the left lane, lined up next to Mark Zwan in the 72 Chevy Nova, 6.6 liter Duramax powered Chevrolet Nova. Rob's here from Kamloops. Mark's here from Abbotsford. Both these drivers have been making some very, very quick passes today. Clean launch for Rob Getz. Got off the starting line a little quicker too. Bit of wheel spin for Mark Zwan, but he had a clean run. Rob Getz gets there first, 6:12, 8th mile ET at 114 miles an hour. Mark Zwan with a 6:78 at $1.13. And the Davies Sand and Gravel rig comes back around again. That's a 1988 Kenworth. He's here from Mission, BC.
Get daily drivers, lanes 1 and 2, Tower. Daily drivers and workhorse speed rig, lanes 3 and 4, please. Thank you.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Daily drivers, this is your call. Daily drivers, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Workhorse Big Rig, your call to lanes 3 and 4. That's daily drivers, come on down to 1 and 2. Workhorse Big Rig, 3 and 4. Dean Davies. 777 reaction time puts down a 16:06. I believe that's his fastest pass today. 88 miles an hour. Nathan Ogborn in the Tower lane. Cooper Fitton in the Lordco lane. Nathan in the 2010 Ram 3500. Cooper in the 97 second gen. Another heads-up diesel drag race, and it goes to Nathan Ogborn in the left lane. 1686 at 86 miles an hour. Cooper Fitton ran a 1747 at 78. 4/10 between those trucks at the finish line. Now we're moving on to Tanner Jung in the 2019 Ford F350 in the left lane, lined up next to Brandon Evans, 01 350 in the right lane.
Trucks coming up, their numbers are 24 and 23. You can see them on their side.
Getting there first, it's going to be Tanner Jung. 15:31 at 94 miles an hour. Brandon Evans in the right lane with 1785 at 73 miles an hour. And here's some fresh faces. These are some cool looking trucks. Number 23 and number 24. And that's the only info I have of these trucks. Bit of wheel spin for the left lane. Looks like he could have used that extra weight that the truck in the Lordco lane had in the box. $17.31 for the 24 truck, 81 miles an hour. 23 truck ran at 18.58 at 79 miles an hour. 23 truck definitely had the weight advantage, but spun off the starting line. Cameron Dirks now.
I need a last call for daily drivers, lanes 1 and 2. I need a workhorse, big rig, 4, and big wheel shootout.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Last call for daily drivers, lanes 1 and 2. Workhorse, big rig, last call, lanes 3 and 4. And big wheel shootout, we're going to put you guys in lanes 5 and 6. That's big wheel shootout. Come on down to lanes 5 and 6. Cameron Dirks putting down a 1481 at 97 miles an hour. Riles Lowen in the 2001 Volkswagen Jetta turbo diesel. He put down a 1900 at 68 miles an hour.
He's coming up, wait.
Last pair of daily drivers. Cooper Fitton in the left lane in the 97 Ram 2500. Taryn Monroe in the right lane in the 2020 F350. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Workhorse big rig. We need you guys in lanes 3 and 4. Big wheel shootout. Come on down to lanes 5 and 6, please. Taryn Monroe putting down a 1471 at 93 mile an hour. She got there first. Cooper Fitton with an 1883 at 54 miles an hour. We got Ben Mitchell in the spectator lane for a single pass. And the last of our daily drivers, fully staged now. Getting off the line with a green light. $11.61 at 116 miles an hour. And that's it for this round of daily drivers. Moving on to Workhorse Big Rig now. Jeff McKay and Nick Peldhouse. Now these guys, Pacific Earthworks, these guys pulled in a little bit earlier with the biggest trailer, biggest flatbed I've ever seen on the property here. Jeff McKay in the 1983 Tatra, 8-wheeled unit in the tower lane. That thing's powered by a V12 diesel. And Nick Peldhouse in the 2015 Kenworth, Cummins-powered truck in the Lordco lane. That 83 Tatra, not blisteringly quick off the line. Also, I noticed with no load on that, it has some crazy positive camber going on with the back wheels. And this race goes to Nick Peldhouse in the right lane, 31.51. Our timing system maxes out at 32 seconds. 32 seconds is the slowest time that you can put in the computer system. And Nick Rennie, 31.51 at 59 miles an hour. Jeff McKay in the Tatra timed out at 32 seconds in the 8th mile. Couple more heavy rigs at the starting line right now. Aaron Romas in the left lane. He's from right here in Mission, BC, driving his 2021 Western Star. Next to Cody Diverenta in the 2022 Kenworth, the Trident Environmental Hydrovac truck with 14 tires on the pavement. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Triple index, come on down to the staging lanes. Triple index, come on down to the staging lanes, please. Brent Ambler in the left lane, 2019 Ford F-150 way out in front. James McNeil got off the starting line quicker. 34th thou up front for James McNeil with a 1480 at 92 miles an hour. Brent Ambler got to the finish line first. 1077 at a $1.28. Tyler Smith, long box, single cab in the right lane. Sophia Getz, short box, single cab in the left lane. Tyler Smith leaving 400s early. Sophia Getz off the line nice and tidy. Puts down an 1151 at 120 miles an hour. Tyler Smith with the 1270 at a $1.04. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Triple index, come on down to the staging lanes. Triple index, come on down to the staging lanes, please. Devin Daniels now in the 07 Silverado. That's a GMT 800 in the left lane. Roland Cole all the way down the track, lined up next to Daniel Redekop in the 2024 GMC 3500 in the right lane. And it's going to be Devin Daniels getting there first with a 1315 at 101 miles an hour. Daniel Redekop with a 1500 at 89. And again, triple index. If you missed it, triple index, come on down to the staging lanes. Triple index, please. Jesse Kutzer, spinning tires in his 74 Dodge D300. Curtis Kalbeck in the 92 Dodge D250 puts down the quickest time with a 1410 at 100 miles an hour. Jesse Kutzer with a 1440 at a $1.01. $15.41 at 91 miles an hour. Clean run. Lots of traction for that truck with that nice healthy burnout to start his run off. And while we get ready for our next round of action, make sure you stop by and visit our friends at Diesel Den. They're passionate diesel enthusiasts offering custom tuning, performance upgrade, diagnostics, and premium parts to help you unlock your truck's full potential. If you're looking to build more power and keep your truck running strong, Diesel Den has you covered. At Diesel Den, it's more than a shop. It's a lifestyle. Their team lives and breathes diesel performance, combining decades of experience with cutting-edge tuning technology to help diesel owners get the most from every mile. Whether it's your daily driver, your tow rig, or your weekend toy, Diesel Den is ready to help. Stop by and say hello today. In the Lordco lane, 2002 Ford F-350 7.3 powered truck, driven by Dan Krapinik. I believe that's how you pronounce his name. Sounds like something went wrong with the drivetrain. Heard a lot of revving, but not a lot of truck pulling down the drag strip. Coasted across the finish line with a quarter mile or an eighth mile ET with 9:02 at 53 miles an hour.
We're all clear dry over here.
Well, the good news is Dan's truck made it to the end of the racetrack under its own power. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Workhorse and motorhome, come on down to the staging lanes. Workhorse and motorhome, come on down to the staging lanes. And this is our pair of triple index eliminations. Jim Brown in the second gen Dodge. That's a 1994 Dodge Ram in the left lane. And Devin White in the right lane. Devin White puts it down 719 at 98 miles an hour. Devin White will be moving on to the next round. Mark Swan in the 72 Chevy Nova. Diesel-powered Cloudmaker. Lined up next to Rob Getz in the 07 F350. Rob Getz with a 770 index leaves first. Mark Swan in the Nova is on the chase and just takes him at the finish line. 662 at 116 miles an hour at the 8th. Rob Getz putting down an 857 at 58 miles an hour. That Nova was moving. Josh Dennis in the left lane, Brent Ambler in the right lane. 2011 F350, left lane. 05 F250 in the right lane. Both trucks on a 670 index, so they are going to leave at the same time. Brent Ambler takes it, 747, 95 miles an hour. Josh Dennis running a 732 at 100 miles an hour. So looking at that, you may be wondering how come the truck that ran a 747 won against the truck that ran a 732. Well, because when the green light went for both the drivers, Brent Ambler left with half the reaction time that Josh Dennis did. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Workhorse and Motorhome, come on down. Workhorse and Motorhome, come on down to the staging lanes. Dave Herfist getting down the track now in the 2022 F450. Stopping the timer at the big end with a 1662 at 89 miles an hour. So we got some names connected to these trucks now. Truck number 23 in the tower lane is driven by Tyson Wendt. Truck number 24 driven by Stephanie the Bolt. Tyson with the better light up front and gets down there fastest too. 15:69 at 88 miles an hour. Stephanie puts down a 17:13 at 81. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsman Diesel, this is your call to the staging lanes. We're going to ladder you guys up for your eliminations. Sportsman Diesel, come on down to the staging lanes to get laddered.
And here we go with some heavy iron. Aaron Romas coming up right-hand side of the race truck in the auger-equipped Western Star. And Nick Peldas, Tower side, out of Delta. 2015 Kenworth, Cummins powered, triple axle. Romas getting there first. 23.97 seconds, doing exactly 61 miles an hour. Nick Peldas got himself going 59.48 miles an hour, stopped the clocks in 24.73 seconds. Check this thing out. For Pacific Earthworks, a 1983 Tatra with a V12 Dutes engine. So in my career, I've actually had the pleasure of working on some Dutes engines. They were just 3 cylinders though, inline, powering generators. Air cooled. So 8-wheel drive, live axles all the way around. Had a little trouble finding second gear. There's third. Fourth. Oh man. You get tired just watching that thing. 27.5 seconds to the 8th mile, doing 27 miles per hour.
I was so caught off guard by that. I was like,
And yeah, not sure why, but only getting 8th mile numbers.
I think we actually timed out. I heard earlier that the slowest that our system goes is 32 seconds. And he managed to run a 31-second quarter mile last pass. So this pass, I think it just didn't register. I think it was just a little too slow, which is surprising all of us, right?
So that was Jeff McKay.
We got an actual bracket race here, guys. We got dial-ins up on the boards for these two A-class RVs.
This is pretty cool. So on a 5/10 Sportsman tree, so Rob Getz in the left lane. He's doing the chasing. Rob Monroe in the right lane gets the handicap start. That's the way bracket racing works. So, Rob Monroe out in front and trying to stay there. No, does not get it done. Rob Getz goes 25.67 seconds on the 25.38 dial. Gets to the finish line first by 55 thousandths of a second. Rob Getz making use of the brake pedal there to tighten up the stripe. Nicely done. Oh, sorry. Okay, Monroe. Yes, look at that. Down to 48 miles an hour. Going 28.21 seconds on the 2810 dial. You know, being a tenth above is not bad.
So, John, can you call Sophia Getz the lane?
Attention the pits. We need Sophia Getz to the staging lanes, please. Sophia Getz to the staging lanes. Sophia Getz, this is your call to the staging lanes. So Dan Piskacek dialed himself in at 23.76 seconds and breaks out a little bit, goes 23.49. Still, I'm going to say that's not bad. I've never had the pleasure or displeasure of having to dial a motorhome, but I don't imagine it's easy.
And these guys they're not weekend motorhome racers here. So they have maybe, 5 or 6 runs under their belt today, and they got them dialed in to get pretty close to their dial-ins.
So Sportsman Diesel, Tyler Smith and Daniel Redekop. Redekop, right lane, dialed 1494. There he goes. And Tyler Smith going to try and run him down, dialed in at 1269. So in bracket racing, it's the first one to the finish line without running quicker than your dial. So Redekop getting to the finish line first, but goes under in doing so. 14.92 on the 14.94 dial. Tyler Smith, well on the safe side, 1278 on the 1269 dial. He's your winner.
That's what we had for the best looking.
Taryn Monroe gets the bye. Taryn Monroe gets the bye here in round number 1. 1470 is the prediction behind the wheel of the 2020 F350. $14.71 up on the reader board. Oh, not bad. One above. Making a final call for Sophia Getz Sophia Getz, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Sophia Getz, final call for Sophia Getz. So I got to say, pretty decent crowd here today. Want to thank everybody for coming out to the River Valley Drag Strip here at Mission Raceway Park. Pretty cool little event. Diesel Day 2026.
I'm gonna watch the next round of Big Bill. I don't want two of them the same people.
So part of the towing display, Mundy's Towing has some trucks on the grounds. And speaking of Mundy's Towing, Sean Cowie is your #1 qualifier at the Northwest Nationals in Seattle this weekend. The NHRA national event train making its way out west to Pacific Raceways. And Sean Cowie, along with Division 6 runner Joey Severance, side by side in the final round of qualifying. Sean Cowie goes 5:17. Joey Severance goes 5:19 to be #2. James McNeil gets a competition single here in round #1 as Sophia Getz not able to make the call. Goes 1560 on the 1475 dial, had an 018 reaction time. That's not bad. Attention in the pits. Listen up out there in the pits. Extreme Diesel and Race Semi. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Extreme Diesel and Race Semi to the staging lanes, please. So unfortunately, only had one car in, or one truck rather, in Race Semi. So he's an automatic player in the final round, and we can go ahead and call him our winner, but he's going to come up and make his final round appearance. And Extreme Diesel, we're down to the final round. So we're going to see what I do believe are the two quickest trucks on the property face off in the final round. That'll be coming up shortly. So make sure you're trackside to see that. I just want to remind everybody about the burnout contest tonight. We have a 60 by 200 foot pad all set up, so we're not talking about stationary burnouts. We're talking about hopefully wild Australian style, if we could call it that, burnouts. So $50 will get you in. Think you can win? Well, there is money to be won. There are prizes on the line. We're going to have beer garden down there. We're going to have a DJ down there. This should be a good time. And if you're already on the property, well, you're included in that. If you're listening online or if you're on the property and want to phone your buddies, it'll only be $10 to get in after 4 p.m. for the Burnout Show. So what a deal. If you don't have plans for a Saturday night already, why wouldn't you do that for $10? It's not much you can do for $10 these days. That'll be starting at 5 p.m. and going as late as 9.
Do you want it as eliminations or
Dean Davies. Davies Sand and Gravel Truck. 1988 Kenworth. Little bit of wheel spin. And some pretty clean shifts as he makes his way down the track. Puts down a 16:09. His second 16:0 today. 88 miles an hour.
That was definitely a good, clean run. I'd be curious to know what gear he's leaving the starting line in. My guess would be 4th, 5th, maybe even 6th gear to start things off. .6 seconds to the 60-foot mark. Really? I'm going to say that's pretty good. So we got the burnout contest coming up later on tonight. Want to let everybody know that next weekend, one of the coolest events of any season here at Mission Raceway Park is the Old Time Drags, the Langley Loafers Old Time Drags. Reserved for cars 1972 and older. Lots of cool classes. In addition to it being a drag race, it's also a car show. And again, one of the favorite races of the season because it's like going back in time. The whole place just has a different vibe to it. So if you do not have plans, I would encourage you to consider coming out next weekend. Also includes the Canada West door slammers. Now, a few of those cars are not 1972 and older, but we do make some exceptions.
Pop out for a minute.
Hey, listen up in the pits. Sportsman Diesel. Sportsman Diesel. You can come on back to the staging lanes, lanes 1 and 2 for Sportsman Diesel.
Are we going to fill our time with daily drivers and whatnot? Or
And race semi. You can come on down to the staging lanes as well. Race semi to the lanes.
yeah, let's call daily driver, workhorse, big rig, big wheel shootout. Let's call all those guys. They're going to fill our time while we wait for the elimination.
We're also going to go ahead and make the call for daily driver, workhorse, big rig, and big wheel shootout. So daily driver, workhorse, big rig, and big wheel shootout. So here we go. Final round, heads up. 8th mile, Mark Swan in the right lane, Rob Getz in the left. This is Dodge versus Chevrolet. Cummins power under the hood of the pickup. Both of them build a little boost. 4 bulbs lit. Here we go. It's all Rob Getz. 650 with a 7. 106 miles an hour for Rob Getz in the left lane. Mark Swan with a 726 at 114 miles an hour. Mark Swan, car did not leave well. Not sure what happened, whether he spun, but was making a bunch of steam at the top end, doing 114 miles in the 8th, but the 726 was not going to get it done. So Rob Getz, our winner in Extreme Diesel. Here comes Dean Davies. So Dean won the coin toss with himself back there in the staging lanes. He won lane choice. Chooses the left. Does his couple of little, not sure whether they're burnouts or dry hops. Dean Davies turning it red a little bit. A little more wheel spin than most of his runs. Comes up 1653 at 87 miles an hour. Do believe this is daily driver. Josh Berger in the right lane. 2010 Dodge Ram 3500. Oh, Riles Lowen gets there first, 1945 beside a 20.03. Side by side.
And in the tower, we've just had another contestant sign up for the swing pit. He says he's got a brand new set of tires and he doesn't really need them brand new anymore. So he's going to come down to this burnout pit and cook them off. So if there's anyone else out there who wants to join in that, sign up to be a competitor with our burnout pit. Come on over to the tower. Get yourself signed up. Cameron Dirks and Ben Mitchell now. Couple of Rams. Ben Mitchell leaving Cameron Dirks in his dust. On a tear down the strip, puts down an 1161 at a $1.16. Cameron Dirks running a 1464 at 103. Couple more dailies pulling up. Brandon Irk in the left lane. Tanner Jung in the right lane. Sorry, I said Brandon. That's Bronson Irk. Bronson Irk putting down a 1506, getting there first. Next to Tanner Jung's 1543. Brandon Evans out of Surrey with Fireside Motors. 2001 Ford F350. The Ford stopping the timer, 1775 at 73 miles an hour.
This is a sportsman diesel back here.
Big wheel's just for fun class, right?
Big wheel is no matter. She's still fast.
And Brandon was our last driver in that class. Moving on to Sportsman Diesel coming up next.
Tyler Smith. Brand new F250 goes 1273, 104.21 miles an hour. Now James McNeil and Taryn Monroe.
I got 2 weekend passes. This one's Fire Thunder.
That was James McNeil and Taryn Monroe. Taryn put down 1477, 93 miles an hour. Not sure if these are diesels at the starting line here. They're trying to get the starting line figured out. Desmond in the left lane, 2025 BMW i4. And Jeff McKay in the 2018 AMG GTR, driving with Pacific Earthworks.
So lots of brake lights up there at the top end. Hey, we're feeling pretty generous up here in the timing tower. So what we're going to do is we're going to give away a couple of weekend passes. So I would suggest you use them for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, because that would be our most expensive remaining event for 2026. But you can use them for whatever weekend you like. So it's 2 weekend passes plus a $50 gift card, good right here on the property, a $50 gift card for Mission Raceway Park. So we're going to ask a pretty simple trivia question. The first person to come up to the second floor of the timing tower with the correct answer is going to win that prize. So again, we're giving away a couple of weekend passes along with a $50 gift card to the first person that can come up to the timing tower with the correct answer for this question. So the television show Highway Through Hell, we've got a huge display back here in the pits with many of the tow companies that are featured on that show. Who can tell me what was the original tow company featured on the show? So if you go all the way back to the beginning, where it started, what tow company was at the very beginning of Highway Through Hell? So first person to come up to the second floor of the timing tower. This should be like a mad rush. I see one guy casually walking towards the tower. I think he's thinking he's got it sewn up. Somebody wants to run, you can still beat them. Okay, yeah, hurry up. Now people are running. It's a good prize.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Motorhome semifinalists to the staging lanes, please, as well as Sportsman Diesel. Motorhome semifinalists to the staging lanes. Sportsman Diesel, come on down to the staging lanes.
So Kyle was our winner. It's pretty funny. The first person to the top of the stairs actually had no idea they had to answer a trivia question. They just ran really fast when I said you should be running for the tower to get up here. This is a well worth it prize. So she did not win, unfortunately. So the second person up here could actually answer the questions, so he got the passes. Harmon Rakra, the 2010 Dodge Ram, you see left-hand side, very pretty truck. Doesn't look like it lives in a construction site, if you know what I mean.
Attention in the pits, Triple Index and Motorhome Final. Triple Index and Motorhome Final, come on down to the staging lanes, please. That's Motorhome Finalists and Triple Index, come on down to the staging lanes.
Well, they're not, they don't compete. Devin Daniels and Daniel Redekop. It's a lot of Daniels. So Devin Daniels, left-hand side, the 07 Silverado. Daniel Redekop in the right lane. The 2024 GMC 1-ton.
And if we handed out an award for deepest dish on a pair of wheels, it would definitely go to Devin Daniels.
Let's do another call for big wheel shootout, and then we can also do another call for.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Daily driver and big wheel shootout. Come on down to the staging lanes. Daily driver and big wheel shootout. Come on down to the staging lanes, please. Devin Daniels made it down the track quickest in that race. 1294 at 105 miles an hour. James McNeil in the left lane with the fastest reaction time of the day. 2 thou off the starting line. 002 up front. Tyler Smith in the right lane. 83 thou off the starting line. Puts down a 1279 at 95 miles an hour. James McNeil with a 1706 at 85 miles an hour. So James McNeil just put down the fastest reaction time of the day with a 002, but there was a prize for the quickest reaction time of the day, which has already been handed out to Taryn Monroe, who put down a 006. So the reaction time competition aspect of the day was cut off before elimination started.
So pretty cool day here at the River Valley Drag Strip at Mission Raceway. Definitely a different look over here on the pit side than what we're used to. Special shout out for helping organize the tow show, Aggressive Towing. Going to make a quick call for Tyler Smith. Tyler Smith, we need you back to the staging lanes. Tyler Smith, come on back to the staging lanes. So as I was saying, Aggressive Auto Towing has been serving the Fraser Valley since 1986 with professional towing recovery, and specialized transportation services. With over 40 pieces of equipment and decades of experience, they're equipped to handle jobs of every size 24 hours a day. So, final round of motorhome coming up. Now, I don't know about you, but I am all for making this a regular class here at Mission Raceway Park. I mean, the place is literally loaded with motorhomes on any given weekend. So Rob Getz in the right lane, dialed in at 25.38 seconds. Dan Piskacek in the hot rod is dialed in at 23.7 seconds, left side.
Oh, Dan.
Dan turns it red by 55 thousandths of a second. Rob Getz is your winner in motorhome. Now, just for fun, let's see how close they come to putting them on the dial. A 2294 for Dan in the left lane on a 2370 dial. Rob Getz is on the right side of the 25.38 dial with a 25.46 elapsed time on the run. So within a hundredth of a second. Not bad. Oh, excuse me, within a tenth of a second. Hey, triple index. We need triple index to the staging lanes. Triple index. We need you to the lanes, please. Let's go. And Tyler Smith. We need Tyler Smith. And seeing as we are nearing the end of the event, we're going to go ahead and make this call. So anybody else that wants to make a test pass, you can just come on up to the staging lanes. So if you've got a tech card, if you were part of today's event and you just have not quite had enough yet, want to make one more run, well, come on up to the staging lanes. We'd love to accommodate you. Triple index, Tyler Smith. Bronson Irk. Tower side of the racetrack. The yellow Dodge. Gonna line up with Tanner Jung. Tanner Jung in a 2019 Ford F-350. It's all Dodge early. There goes Monday's towing. Well, one of them. 15.23 for the Dodge in the left lane, 16.34 for the Ford in the right lane. So the Northwest Nationals taking place this weekend. Pacific Raceway is just outside of Seattle, Washington. Of course, there'll be a bunch of local guys competing there this weekend. So we're hearing reports of a tiny bit of you know what happening. So again, finalists, you need to get to the staging lanes. We need to be able to run you when we get the pocket that allows that. So be ready to go. And again, we are still taking entries for tonight's burnout contest. Should be pretty cool. We've got a 60 by 200 foot pad all laid out, ready to go. That'll be starting at 5 p.m. Going to have a DJ along with a beer garden. And if you're just planning to make just that portion of the event, so if you're not yet on the property and you're planning on coming down, it's only $10. What a deal. So the tow show was sponsored this weekend by Commercial Truck Equipment. For more than 75 years, Commercial Truck Equipment has been Canada's trusted leader in vocational trucks and work truck equipment. Proudly 100% Canadian owned and operated, they serve customers from coast to coast with industry-leading products, expert engineering, and unmatched service and support. Whether it's municipal fleets, construction, towing, utilities, or heavy industry, Commercial Truck Equipment is helping keep Canada working. Learn more at comtruck.ca. So we've been talking a little bit about the burnout contest. Just thought I'd point out, because, you know, we got a little bit of weather happening right now. That's going to take place regardless of the weather. We will not be putting that on hold for any amount of weather, rain or shine event. All right. I'm hearing the all clear over the radio. Tyler Smith and Taryn Monroe. So these two have faced each other many times. This final round? Yeah. And here they face each other once again in the final round of Sportsman Diesel. So Taryn Monroe is going to get the head start. There she goes, dialed at 1470. Tyler Smith is going to try and run her down. Taryn Monroe is going to try to stay out in front. I'd say her chances of doing so are very good. Check that out. She takes the stripe by 70 thousandths of a second to be 1477 on the 1470 dial. She had the starting line advantage by a fair bit. She was 050. Tyler Smith was 184 on the starting line. Then at the finish line, Tyler Smith much closer to his number, but still behind with a 1272 on the 1271. So big hole shot win for Taryn Monroe in the final round. Nicely done. So semi-final round of triple index. So we're going to need the winners to just come on right back. It's going to be Mark Swan and Devin White. Devin White in the right lane. The 06 Ford, working on an index of 670. Mark Swan, working on an index of 590. A little less than 1 second separated them at the starting line. At the finish line, wow, it is Mark Swan pulling hard. Everything he was worth to come up with 650 at 115 miles an hour on the 590 index, getting to the stripe first by a little under 0.2 of a second. It's actually a pretty cool looking run from back here. Was moving around a little bit at the 8th mile finish line, that's for sure.
Yeah, and Mark Swan has always had a bit of wheel spin at the starting line, but he knows what the car is going to do. And that run, he had a little bit of a chitter at the starting line, but it hooked and booked, and it worked out in his favor.
Now a couple of 670 runners. Or, well, one anyway. Just don't break out. 707 on the 670.
Dan Krapinick puts it down, 2002 Ford F350. Brent Ambler, bit of a problem at the starting line, it seems.
So it's going to be Dan Krapinick taking on Mark Swan in the final. So Dan Krapinick and Mark Swan, as quickly as you can get back up here for your final round, that's when we need you. Truck numbers 24 and 23. Perimeter security experts.
So the last time these two were up against each other, truck number 23 with nothing in the box, spun tire, and truck number 24 hooked well. This run, truck number 23 with nothing in the back didn't spin tire, and truck number 24 did spin tire. 23 puts down a 1791 at 84 miles an hour. Number 24 in the tower lane with a 1760 at 81.
So big hole shot win for the right lane. The difference at the finish line between those two after all that was just 13 thousandths of a second. So Dan Krapinak and Mark Zwan. We're going to need you back up here to the staging lanes as quickly as you can get back. Thank you.
Copy that. Thank you. As soon as I get some cars, I will.
Well, here we go. This is going to be our last pair of cars. This is the final round for Triple Index. Mark Zwan and Dan Krapinak. Krapinak in the right lane, dialed 670. Mark Zwan in the left lane, dialed 590. So 0.8 of a second is the separation on the starting line. Oh boy, that did not look good for Mark Zwan. But he managed to get there as Krapinak comes nowhere near the 670 dial. He was off the gas at the finish line doing just 60 miles an hour. Mark Zwan was able to fly by him near the finish line and pick up the win. So Mark Zwan, our winner in Triple Index today. So that concludes the drag racing portion of today's event. So big shout out to everybody for coming out today. And we are far from done. Want to remind everybody, we're going to have a very cool burnout contest coming up in about an hour's time. That'll be taking place down towards the finish line over on the pit side of the track. So we're going to move the beer garden down there. We're going to have a DJ down there. Should be lots of fun. But for everybody that is not going to be hanging around, want to thank you for coming out to Mission Raceway Park this weekend for Diesel Day. We certainly enjoyed having you. So all the staff here at Mission Raceway, always thankful for your hard work. So on behalf of Slick and myself. Thanks for coming out, everybody. Hi, Emily. Hi, Emily. I'm talking to you, Emily.
Well, that's a wrap, guys, for the drag racing portion of today anyways. So my name is Mike Slick. I've enjoyed announcing for you today. Well done, Diesel Den. Awesome event. Aggressive towing with a crazy display over there. We'll see you guys at the Burnout Pit. Mike Wone, over and out.